Hey everybody, we are back with the conclusion of Parasite Eve, probably. Thanks for those quotes, Ben. I feel like at this point I'd probably be happier with this game if I was playing it with a D-pad. Anyway, let's jump into it, shall we? Day 5. What's day 5 called? Evolution. Eve flew away after stealing the sperm to make her ultimate baby. Which is a weird sentence to say. Are we on the map screen? Oh, I have no idea where I want to go. Warehouse. That's new. Tier 3 warehouse. I guess we'll go back to the NYPD, I guess. I guess. So it's like, cool, where do I go on this brand new day? You've got 2 new locations for me, I don't know what either of them are. And of course, nobody's here to tell me. And the woman out in the corridor isn't saying anything new. Let's go store a couple of things, I don't need all these guns. Wayne. Ah, wonderful. Hmm. Leave it like that for the minute. And if only the police department would give me more than 30 bullets a day. I understand in the regular situations I shouldn't need more than like 2 magazines a day. Or 2 clips a day. But like, right now just give me whatever I can fit in my belt. Alright, let's check out Chinatown, I guess. Why are we here? Monsters. Oh, jeez. So, in the interest of figuring out what's going on with damage in this game, I spoke with Clem about it yesterday. And he told me the invisible variable the game isn't telling me about is that the more shots you load your gun up with before you end your turn, the weaker each of those shots will be. And I just wanted to confirm that real quick. And now I'm just going to take the 2-shot capacity off this and put it on my grenade launcher. That's an absolutely ridiculous thing to happen. Especially for the game to not tell you about it as well. Now, let's see how much damage the shots do this time. Yep. Much better. Poison just burning through most of my health again. How much health do you snakes have? More ammo. Oh, phone. wish I knew why I was here. Oh, hey, Maida. You could have told me you were coming to Chinatown. Another charm. How many of these did you bring? Shots is good. Is this going to be what's left of the people from Central Park? Yeah, I want to kill these first. No poison today. Oh, great. Blind. God damn it. Okay, so whatever that blind status is, it essentially makes it so attacks might as well be outside the weapon's range. Perfect. The difference between heal 2 and heal 3 is insane. But also, look how much Parasite energy I have now. That's cool. I didn't even notice it had gone up that much because it doesn't give me a number, it's just represented by a bar. The minute this blind wears off, you are going down. Yeah. I gotta figure out where I'm going. This is gonna be one of those areas that could really do with a map, isn't it? What's that? A big enemy in a tight environment with touch damage again? Telling me surprised, Parasite Eve. I'm so glad I have ammo again. So now I just have to try and keep a map of this place in my head. Well, might as well heal. Alright. I think we might be getting better at this game. Or at least understanding how it works better. This place is going to be impossible to keep track of, isn't it? Icy is a parasite? That doesn't sound true. God fucking damn it. Enemies and the bullshit status effects. When did you first play it? This is my first time playing it. Okay, reload button would be nice. That sounds reasonable. The fact you could get it on the US PSN was definitely good. That's how I purchased it. Because Parasite Eve 1 has never actually been released in this country. Like, never. Even through re-releases and digital distribution. Just the first game. Like, we got 2, we got the third birthday, we never got Parasite Eve 1. Seriously, 4 of these things at once is a nightmare. When it reduces your range that much. Prevents darkness, they said. And so far, I think it's a pretty enjoyable game, though it's definitely rough in the gameplay department. Stuff like this where I'm making the attacks and so I'm locked in place while the attacks happen. Which makes me very vulnerable to stuff like that. I think story-wise, this is still very kind of Final Fantasy Squaresoft-ish. I think the main reason for the Resident Evil comparison will be because of the pre-rendered backgrounds and the fact that it's a horror game. And there wasn't a whole lot of that, yeah, like, just generally in gaming. While it's a cool concept, I think ultimately Resident Evil is the more enjoyable experience here. But it's one of those things, like, back when gaming was still young, and you wouldn't have genres, you'd have clones. It's like there was no such thing as a first-person shooter, it was Doom clone. Alright, what does Gene Heal do? Regen. Right. Oh, I found something. Dead end. Let me just mark it off on the map that I don't have. Yeah, I think, like, as a more horror-focused experience, Silent Hill came along and did better. This is also a dead end. Silent Hill came along and did better a year later than this. Although Silent Hill 1 falls down by the end as well. That last stretch when you're going through the other world and it's just all darkness and you're running along metal gratings and the streets are just metal gratings in the dark. I think it's one of the most uninteresting things in Silent Hill. It's just running around until, like, running around, checking the map constantly to make sure you're still going the right way, because there are no landmarks, because everything is just a metal grating. Thank you, Bane. I'm back where I started. Honestly, that's one of the big reasons why I don't want to play Silent Hill 1 again. That whole sequence. And it's from, like, I think the mall until, like, after you go through the sewers. It's a significant chunk of time. You might be right, Ninja. Oh, is the chat not doing it again? We had this issue yesterday, and I don't know what the issue was with it. I've not been paying attention to the stream, so... Yeah, because we had this issue yesterday, but I noticed it very early on. And I don't know how I fixed it. It just ended up working again. I should I should put the game logos here again. It makes sense. What's going on with this? So we had the issue yesterday, and I was messing with it during the stream real quick, and it started working again. I don't know what happened with it. And it's not working here either. Not working there either. I just gonna have to grab chat off my sidebar and just have that display over the game. If that's the case, that's not gonna be pretty. Why can't I have... Yep. Why can't you capture the stream chat? Like that. Still nothing. Isn't that working? Are we just not going to have chat display this stream? Is that going to be the thing? It's frustrating. I might have to have a chat with Teak about this. Teak will know something. Teak always knows something about these things. For the sake of the stream, we're just going to have to continue as we are, because we've been looking at this for maybe 10 minutes now, and we're not getting anywhere with it. But I apologise, everybody. Take a look at it, and hopefully I can figure it out off-stream. It's also going to be terrible for the archive as well, because... Oh, I got somewhere. I have to take your word that you're reading our messages. I mean, you had to assume that anyway. Oh, chest. Fuck off. Did you know that mecha-chrono was originally designed as a Series 4000 mechanoid by Diva Droid International and has the last name of 2X4B-523P? Yeah, I prefer having chat on screen generally anyway, because it lets you guys know if there's a significant delay on the stream. It looks nice. This is such an awful attack. It's like, okay, let me use the cure and preventing ability, the cure and preventing item. Oh look, it didn't prevent it. Absolute nonsense. And it's like, cool, it's great to fight an enemy like this with an attack like that in such a small area. This is why the game doesn't get more than a 7 out of 10. And seriously, touch damage.
Move this man!
I'm starting to be of the opinion that Shadow Hearts is a better game than this. Well, that's not fair, because Shadow Hearts was bullshit. And Shadow Hearts had quick-time events, which, like, But at least those quick-time events worked. I'm not checking the rest of those. Why is this ladder huge? Like, look at how wide that ladder is. Also, I was actually controversial here. That's me. I was looking through, because I mentioned yesterday, I think Klim had said something, and it was like, I should have added the sound alert I'd been considering adding, where Peter Griffin says, "Who the fuck starts a conversation like that?" I just sat down. Was it Klim? No, somebody in the game said something. I was like, what the fuck? And so I was setting it up today, and it turns out...
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
It turns out I already had it. And I forgot about it. Yep, there it is. Conversation. So that was a missed opportunity. But no, so far, I think mechanically, at least, Shadow Hearts succeeds more at what it's set out to do than Parasite Eve has. It's a big part of the reason why I'm like, Parasite Eve's 7 out of 10. I don't know what they mean. Because, like, the ideas are cool, and the story's interesting, but the actual mechanical implementation is so rough. It's like, oh, I'm fighting one of these things again in a very thin space. Oh, look, I couldn't have possibly dodged that attack. So it's like, I get this is a game people have a lot of love for, and it's very well regarded, but a lot of this is bullshit. A lot of this is bad design. And some of it can be because it's Square's first time doing stuff like this. I feel like they should have taken a few more lessons from the Martyr series. They absolutely should have taken some lessons from Resident Evil. Like I brought up last time, the environments feel so huge, and Aya moves so slowly through them. But that's also something that they didn't have a problem with in FF7 or FF8. So what's the slime doing? These FMVs are also so weirdly animated. Get the slime out of the reservoir before it infects the whole city. I thought we'd evacuated the city. Like, the way everyone moves. Like, when it's monsters and everything, sure, monsters will move in weird ways. Eve will move in a weird way because she's a monster. She doesn't walk and everything. But Aya moves so weirdly in cutscenes. She's animated so strangely. And it's like, yeah, the FMVs look good, but they feel weird. How am I going to get this out of the reservoir? How am I going to, like, deal with all of the slime in a definitive way that isn't going to leave any room for doubt that it's all dealt with? Oh god, there are crocodiles in the sewer. Tell it to go away nicely. What if it doesn't listen? Jeez. Also, so Gene Heal is regen, but it's regen that drains Parasite energy as it's used. Costs Parasite energy to cast, then continuously drains Parasite energy to use. Weird decision, but also it regens so quickly, which is crazy. That's a lot of damage. So Gene Heal is a really weird ability then. Don't run away. The feeling I'm left with Parasite Eve is like, it's really interesting, and it's such a rough execution that works but doesn't feel great to play. And I'm left thinking, like, you know, a remake of this would be fantastic. A remake or a remaster that'll, like, iron out some of these rough edges. Because this could be like a 9 out of 10 if it played better. That said, though, like, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm always saying I love the PlayStation for. Because it's a weird experiment. It doesn't necessarily stick the landing, but Parasite Eve is not boring. It's an absolutely fascinating experiment that's well worth checking out. No, I don't trust Square Enix to do anything. At all. Not at all, Bane. Well, run is a light jog, but it also feels like it doesn't get her very far. Like, the pace of movement in this game is really weird. And it makes environments feel bigger than they necessarily should. But yeah, if there's one company I don't trust to remaster anything, it's Square. Gonna use this phone here. Good news, everybody, I got it working. Now we can see everything you're all gonna say. including all that abuse Ninja keeps throwing at me. But no, like, it's weird because Square has done some genuinely great remasters. FF10 genuinely good work.
Success!
Success. Zodiac Age, genuinely good work. But then there's stuff like, you all know my opinions on the HD ports of the PlayStation Final Fantasy trilogy. Like, they're not great. And then on the other side, there's even worse, like Crystal Chronicles Remastered, which misses the point of the entire original game in its remaster. I'm gonna have to go down there and shoot that, aren't I? I think the most concerning thing about that is that it's sentient. Okay, so do something about the water, I guess. But yeah, when I say remaster this game, I remaster and like tweak it, change a bunch of things. Rebalance it a little bit. Stuff like Zodiac Age or like what Night Dive does. Because like it cannot be overstated just how impressive Night Dive's work generally is. And how they kind of just set a standard that you wish everybody else would follow. I don't know how I drained the water, but I did. Wonder where this goes. Hmm. Can you believe someone keeps leaving all these chests around New York City? Seriously, like, how am I supposed to stop that huge mass of what seems to be intelligent slime? Feels like a monster the USS Enterprise would have trouble with. I'm just a woman with a gun. Oh, great, mole monsters. Guess what? Fuck nugget. Yeah. Anyway. There's also, like, the Chrono Cross remaster. Bane, you said you played that, and you didn't enjoy it, but you said you didn't enjoy that because you didn't enjoy Chrono Cross, right? It wasn't because the remaster was bad? Oh, hello. You look like a boss. It's good to see that poison prevention on my armor continues to not work. I did hear the Chrono Cross remaster was rough when it came out, but Square has apparently patched it, which is why I bought it. In the hopes that it is actually going to work properly now. Gameplay itself, yeah. How do you miss that? Oh, because you're blind. Maybe home by 6:30, which means for me, I'm going to have to keep playing this past 1:30 for you to see it, Clem. No, don't shout Clem, has he? He hasn't been here for any of this game. Disgraceful. Choosing to live his life instead of watching me play video games. What kind of friend is that? Terrible. No. Hope you're doing okay though, Clem. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, because of the gameplay itself, not the quality of the port. Feel free to use any of the sound alerts. There's like, they're all there for a reason, and they should all be fun. It's going to be kind of awkward though with Chrono Cross for me, because I want to get it. I want to do it this year, and like I bought the remaster, but because we're doing only PlayStation this year, I'll be doing the original version, not the remaster. Why does lightning blind me? Give it 25 hours, goddamn. I'd say you probably played enough of it to know that you don't like it, then. Jeez, if I don't like an RPG, I'll quit it before the 10-hour mark. The best solution here is probably going to be to stay close to it. Still, it is nice that Chrono Cross finally got a release in this country. good on, like, something I enjoy or not, at least there's that. Up to 45 recruitable party members was crazy. Yeah, I've heard the number of party members you can have is insane. And the fact that Surge, you have it's a 3-character party and you have to have Surge in your party is also kind of ridiculous. I think on New Game Plus, you're supposed to be able to remove him. That helps you get some use out of other characters, which is a cool idea. Great. But yeah, at some point, like, because I've not done Chrono Trigger on stream yet, despite all the intentions of doing so. We're gonna have to do Chrono Trigger before Chrono Cross, so it's gonna have to be, if we do it this year, PlayStation Chrono Trigger. Yeah, like I say, like, it's nice that, like it or not, it's been released in this country at last. That's irritating me. Cool, that is so little healing. Build up some goddamn Parasite energy. For all the good it does, I might as well use Medicine 1. I don't necessarily mind when a game over will take you back to the last time you saved, but I would really appreciate it if more games of this period would have just been like, yeah, do you want to immediately go back to your last save point? So many games of this period are just like, might as well just reset the disc. Like, cool, I need to spend the next 2 minutes getting back into the game. How you doing, Lena? I can't reload properly during battle. Ah, you know, the usual. Frustrated with this bullshit. Glad I got both shots out there. Yeah, come and join me and discover whether or not Parasite Eve is everything it's cracked up to be. And there's the other thing as well of, like, this boss being another boss that just comes out of nowhere. It's so weird. But I'm hoping by staying close to it we can avoid the darkness attack at least. What would I do without this grenade launcher? Probably get angry. I will say, you know, though, playing this does make me more interested in playing some of the mana games. Like, see how Square does with other real-time action stuff. I have been wanting to, try Final Fantasy Adventure again. Yeah, but we can shoot this one in the stomach because it's not holding Rebecca. Yeah, because I remember I was, for some reason, I was like, I don't want to do the mana games until I get the collection of mana. Which was such a weird thing to be about. Because it's like, I emulate games, I have no problem with that. But no, I waited until I got the collection of mana to do Final Fantasy Adventure. And very quickly was like, I don't think I like Final Fantasy Adventure. Yeah, I think I'll give Final Fantasy Adventure, like, another try, and if I still don't really like it, I will just go straight to Secret. Right, one of them's dead. It's an interesting Zelda clone, though, and it predates Zelda on Game Boy. Yeah, like whether or not I do that on stream or just give it a shot in my own time, I don't know, but I want to give it another go. There's the Mana series is definitely a series I'd like to go through anyway, and like ideally from the start, because then like the Crash games and the Sparrow games, where it's like we'll do the originals, then we'll go through the series, and then we'll end up back at the remakes. Like do the Mana series, like do Final Fantasy Adventure, Secret Mana, Trials of Mana, Legend of Mana, Dawn of Mana. And then you end up at, like, Sword of Mana, the first remake of Adventure. I don't know, though. That'd mean I'd have to buy the Secret of Mana remake, which looked really not good. And I've heard Sword of Mana's not good. And I know the DS Mana games aren't good. That's what I'm saying is, like, I'm absolutely down to stream Adventures of Mana. The second remake of the first game. Why am I poisoned? Alright, 2 down. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like aesthetically I think is really cool from Final Fantasy Adventure though. Like I love the way Final Fantasy Adventure looks. And I think part of that is like I do like the way Final Fantasy 1 looks in its design. I just don't like the NES color palette on it. And so with the Game Boy, you just completely remove that color palette issue. And in monochrome, it looks so much cleaner. Yeah, Adventure looks great. I really like the way Adventure looks. A new grenade launcher and it holds 6 rounds. Having that. Wonder what's in this direction. Doesn't look like anything, it probably leads back to the terminal. I don't know where we're going. I thought we'd try and stop the slime in the reservoir, or like in the sewers. But we're going to the river. The Hudson River. 2 years ago. Oh, I guess we're just going to go all the way back then. Slime's going towards what? The museum. Okay. Oh. I was looking at this earlier today and thinking, when are we going to switch to disc 2? Because we're over halfway through the game. What do you mean, wrong disc? Parasite Eve disc 2. What do you mean, wrong disc? There we go. Why did that work that time? Same disc too. Deal with multi-disc games so rarely. It's 2-2. Deal with multi-disc games so rarely, but it's like, you know, probably would be worth setting up M3U files. I can't believe both those tunnels just lead to the same place. I can't believe both of those tunnels with train tracks lead to a bridge with like just a walkway. Like that's a huge disconnect. Something over here. Right. Alright, so I guess we're gonna go and head back to the museum then. Any advice for FF3? The main one, really. The Garuda fight. There's not really another solution beyond have a party of 4 Dragoons. It's one of the big failings, I think, of Final Fantasy III in comparison with 5. 5 balances the job system a lot better than 3 does. Where, like, so much more is viable and so much less is required. Like, you'll absolutely have to grind in 5. It's kind of an expected necessity because of the way the system works. But way more jobs are viable for that. As opposed to FF3, which has specific ideas on how you're going to deal with it. FF3 has a few weird ideas as well. Some creative dungeon ideas. Like, there's the one dungeon that's done entirely in Mini. So, anything physical in that dungeon is worthless. Yes. It's weird that they don't give you the option to save at the disc change. Just in case. Most games would, very specifically just in case anything went wrong. But yeah, like, there's that dungeon where you have to be mini to get into it because it's a miniature dungeon. But because of that, the mini status... You have to do the entire dungeon in mini status. And because of that, physical hits will only do 1 point of damage. So you need to go into that dungeon with a party of mages. Which is interesting. Like, it's not like Garuda where it's specifically one class. You like use one class for it. It's more interesting because there's a variety of mages you can use. I think FF3 is also fairly charming with its simpler story. One thing I will say as well, though, very important, when you get to the Crystal Tower, save outside of it, and then schedule an entire session for that. Because Crystal Tower, Final Fantasy III's endgame is infamous. Because there are no save points. Once you enter the Crystal Tower, there are no save points between that and the end of the game. Which it makes it one of the most difficult endgames in Final Fantasy to begin with, and it's not difficult anyway. Oh, it's not easy anyway, it's a difficult endgame. And it's made worse by if you fall at any point, and there's a lot of places you are likely to fall in there, you do the whole thing again. I think beyond that, like, take it as it comes. Experiment a little with the job system in it. It's the first time they really had the job system in. It's interesting. They might have rebalanced it in 3-pixel remaster, I'm not sure. I've got 3-pixel remaster. I got 3, 5, and 6. But I've not played it. I've not played the pixel remaster of 3 yet. So I don't know if they rebalanced anything like they supposedly did with 2. Yeah, expect to get frustrated. FF3 is known generally for being one of the more difficult games. But it is fun. I like a lot of what FF3 does. It's rougher than 5 because it's the first implementation of the job system. But it does a lot of what it needs to do pretty well. I should store some stuff before I go in there. I hope you enjoy it, Isa. I hope you enjoy FF3. Yeah, because it goes back to the crystal story of the first game again, doesn't it? Oh, that chest is closed. Can I get more ammo? Nice. But yeah, I think, like, as a traditional JRPG, FF3 is really fun. Like, it's the evolution of what they were doing with 1 in a more interesting way than 2. Famous choice. Lino, there are so many lines. Like, it's the evolution. There's a weird thing I've noted several times with the NES. Like, there were a lot of games that came out, and then the sequels were very different. Stuff like Zelda 2, Final Fantasy 2, Castlevania 2. Super Mario Brothers 2 technically is a different game, but as it came out, it's still very different. And then the third games got back on track with what the original did and was like the big evolution of it. Stuff like Mario 3, A Link to the Past, Final Fantasy 3, Castlevania 3, all the big like step ups from the original. And Final Fantasy 3 is very much that. If you like 1, you'll probably really like 3. And I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to pick up the first game I have on my shelf here. It's Silent Hill Homecoming. I didn't know that. While recovering in a military hospital from an injury gained in service, Alex Shepard is discharged following news that his brother is missing. He returns home to the lakeside town of Shepherd's Glen, but all is not as he left it. His father's gone, his mother's catatonic, and the town is eerily quiet. His quest for the truth leads to the ominous Silent Hill and some dark secrets. With a plethora of weapons available, Alex must battle horrific monsters and deadly puzzles to find his father and unravel the mystery behind his brother's disappearance. There you go, you see, that's the line you get now. You get the blurb of Silent Hill Homecoming. The fact that the only gameplay thing they really mention on the back is weapons is, I think, indicative of one of the big problems of Silent Hill Homecoming. And you can go back to like the pre-release stuff, and they were all like, "Yeah, Silent Hill's combat's terrible. We've made the combat better." And it's like that's never been the point.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated.
This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform. Thank you, Isa. And thank you, Lena. But yeah, like FF3 is really good. FF4 is where the series started to become like what it is now. So people generally hold up FF4 like very highly. It has a stronger story. Like FF1 story is a little looser. 3's is looser as well. 5's is looser. 2, 4, and 6 have a stronger focus on story. And 4 has arguably better gameplay than 2. And so it's where the series really started getting on to what it would become. I personally am not super fond of 4, but I understand why people like it. When it came on DS, the Pixel remaster will be based on the original version, and gameplay-wise, it's quite different. Like, it's still your turn-based battle system with 5 party members, yada yada yada. FF4 DS is a lot harder, and the ways you deal with specific enemies is different. They've rebalanced a lot of the game. They changed a lot of the specific ways you fight. Weaknesses, the way systems work, yada yada yada, as they changed a bunch of it for DS. So playing Pixel Remaster is going to be closer to the original idea of it, and I think probably a better time. It's probably a better time on Pixel Remaster. And then like 5's really good and 6 is really solid. And then like if you want to move on to 7 after that, I'd be very surprised if you'd already played 7. Like the PlayStation trilogy is really good. Like the weakest of the first 10 is probably Final Fantasy 2. And you already enjoyed FF2, so like you're probably fine with all of it. And then 10's really good. After 10, the games are divisive. And it depends who you ask as to like the quality of them. She says, like, the first time you do this in the opera, that she's calling the precinct to let them know about her progress. But, like, particularly when you're in the precinct, who is she calling? When you say all of them, Icy, do you mean all of them or all of the numbered entries? Because I'll hit you with some spin-offs if you want. Final Fantasy Fables, Chocobo Tales. Not bad. numbered entries. There. I'm glad they didn't lock the door. Kunt. Dr. Hans Kunt. Yes, I will save my progress. Yes, I will. It's a shame Square hasn't done like a pixel remastered idea with the first 6 Dragon Quests or the first 7 Dragon Quests. Because the Dragon Quest series is absolutely worth exploring. Dragon Quest being like the first of what we would come to know as JRPGs. And like Dragon Quest 3, like, god damn, Dragon Quest 3, you want to talk about an evolution of a formula? Dragon Quest 3. And then Dragon Quest 4 and 5 have really interesting ideas of storytelling, which I really like. Hmm. Like I'm hopeful for the HD 2D remake that Square's supposed to be doing of Dragon Quest 3, but like I would have been absolutely fine, probably happier if they'd done a pixel remaster for those games as well. Bitch. Yeah. As it stands currently, like, if you have a Switch, you can get Dragon Quests 1, 2, and 3 on there. And they're fine versions. The art style of it's a little sanitized for my taste. Why is that a question you would ask now? How the hell did those dinosaurs get here? How the hell did anything of anything get here? In the city? Probably something to do with whatever Eve's doing. I'd have stopped questioning all of it by this point.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
But yeah, like, I don't know if you, like, if you want to do them in your own time or maybe save them for a stream later down the road, but Dragon Quest is also, like, really worth looking into as far as JRPGs go. Classic JRPGs. Yeah, my G23 is better than this. In every way except bullet capacity. Hmm. It's definitely worth noting in regards to Dragon Quest 1. Dragon Quest 1 is super simple, even in its remakes. It's a very simple, straightforward JRPG. Which is understandable because it was, like I say, the first. Final Fantasy was a big graphical revolution as JRPGs went at the time. Which health? Because it showed the party. Dragon Quest was first person and remained in first person until I think Dragon Quest 8 on PS2. In battles, so the only thing you'd see in battles would be your opponents. And Dragon Quest 1 also doesn't have a party, just the hero. But like, nice, I really like it. It's got a charm to it, definitely in a similar way to how FF1 has a charm for its simplicity. But FF1 is more complicated than Dragon Quest 1 was. I don't know, I'm not trying to sell you on these games. Like, they're cool. And Dragon Quest is a series I should absolutely get to on this stream. Maybe I'll do Dragon Warrior 7 at some point this year, because that's on PlayStation. That's on PS1. Need to tell Chance if I'm going to do that, though. Chance will probably want to see that. Yeah, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 can be bought on Switch. If you're okay with emulating, you can stream emulation. I really like the Game Boy Color Dragon Quest 1 and 2 compilation. What alarm? But if you want the version that looks the best, the Super Famicom version. There's a Super Famicom compilation of Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and there's a Super Famicom remake of Dragon Quest 3, and they both look fantastic. Oh yeah, I wanted to throw that junk away, didn't I? Weird that you compliment on. It's weird that you'd comment on this boss when you haven't commented on like almost any of the others. It's not the scorpion that concerns me so much as the fact it looks like it has a horse mouth, and that's really creepy. It's nice having like a significant amount of Parasite energy. Makes using some of these abilities feel more viable now. That's just an awkward attack to avoid. In it. Yeah. Removes all negative status effects. That's such a weird thing that is like weirdly common in RPGs like this. Of like, yeah, we've got multiple status effects, but you'll get 2 status effect spells. One that will cure poison and one that will cure everything. And it's like, okay. Feel like you could have had a middle ground. That's a boat. I didn't reload. I am glad that heal 3 heals like a really good amount of health. I also do really appreciate that the active time bar continues to go like climb up even while you're doing your attack. Like that makes the combat system not as frustrating as it could have been. Because it could have been worse. If my spatial reasoning is right, going down would take me back to that locked door where we first lost Professor Kunt. The problem is, the way this game's worked, spatial reasoning doesn't work. It's worth healing in battle because Parasite energy only recovers in battle. What a weird room to just exist here for no apparent reason. Is this going to be the inevitable T-Rex boss fight? Okay. I'll pierce your carapace. Yeah, I feel like any game that has like magic or reanimation or genetic nonsense like this that has a museum level has to have some kind of fight with a T-Rex or some kind of dinosaur skeleton. It's the also Medieval 2, which we might play this year if I get desperate enough. I don't really want to play Medieval 2. It's crazy that we never got a Medieval 3, though. It's better than what I've got. Yes. Yeah, it's crazy we never got a Medieval 3. Well, it's like, okay, cool. The PSP's launching. Let's put Medieval on there. Which one? We'll just remake the first one. And then it's like, okay, cool. We're gonna remake Medieval again. So there are 4 medieval games, and 3 of them are Medieval 1. Think about that. Yeah, it is kind of weird that Sony never bothered to try a Medieval on PS2. Because, like, think of the other Sony franchises that got moved onto PS2 around that point. Like, Parappa the Rapper got a sequel on PS2. Wild Arms got 4 games on PS2. It is kind of surprising, especially like in the early days, there was never a Medieval 3 on PS2. But then when they were like, yeah, let's put Medieval on PSP, it was like, we'll remake Medieval 1. It's not particularly surprising that they remade Medieval 1 for the PS4 after the Spyro trilogy did well and the Crash trilogy did well. Oddworld for PS2, planned for PS2 before changing to Xbox. That was always a strange choice. It was such a weird thing that Munch's Odyssey was exclusive to Xbox. And then wasn't Stranger's Wrath also exclusive to Xbox? We'll probably do an Oddworld stream at some point this year, but I cannot promise we'll finish it. Split with GT Interactive, which probably not a bad idea. I still haven't played a whole lot of Stranger's Wrath. I played like 5 minutes of it once. Yeah, I've never played Munch's Odyssey. Microsoft demanding exclusivity, that doesn't surprise me. It is strange to think about, though, in the early OG Xbox days, just how many games they managed to get exclusive. Like, they got a bunch of exclusive Sega stuff. Shenmue 2 got an Xbox release. Didn't get a GameCube release. Let's call it Abe and Munch's Fun Adventures. Didn't get a GameCube release, didn't get a PS2 release. It did have a Dreamcast release, but the Dreamcast release never came out in the US. We got it in Europe, but it wasn't dubbed, as far as I'm aware. They got Jet Set Radio Future. The Xbox got, I think, House of the Dead 2 and 3. Which I don't think saw another home console release until the Wii. And it's like, why the Xbox? There is, of course, infamously Dino Crisis 3. Which remains exclusive to the original Xbox. And I mean that not just in, like, it was never released on anything else, but also in, like, I don't think you can play it on anything else. I don't think it's not backwards compatible on Xbox One. I don't think it's backwards compatible on 360. And it's such a shame because, like, I'd love to either do a playthrough of Dino Crisis 3 or watch somebody whose content I like do a playthrough of Dino Crisis 3. And it's like, but who owns an OG Xbox in this day and age? It's like, I've debated picking up an original Xbox, but it's just not worth it. The space, the size, the weight of it. The fact that almost everything on it of value, like almost everything worth playing on it, is playable on Xbox 360 or Xbox One. Like, when it came down to it, there were 3 games left that I was really interested in that were not playable on anything else. And it was a Togi and a Togi 2. And Tenchu Return from Darkness. And then the last Xbox One update, last Xbox One backwards compatibility update, added a Togi 1 and 2. And Tenchu Return from Darkness is just an enhanced port of Wrath of Heaven on PS2. I'll play Wrath of Heaven on PS2. And so it's like, what's left? I don't know if Jet Set Radio Future is playable on Xbox 360. Whether it is or not, I'm not a Jet Set Radio fan anyway. The Up One Xbox game did interest me, but I've seen a bunch of it and it doesn't look fun. And again, interest aside, it's like one game. It's the same reason why I didn't end up buying a Sega Saturn. There's not enough left on it that's exclusive to it to justify buying it. Also, I'm not convinced that the other one game isn't playable on Xbox 360. Okay. Like, that'd probably be something worth looking into. Like, look into the original Xbox games that have any level of appeal to you. See if they're playable on Xbox 360 in any capacity. And if they are, just pick up a cheap 360 and see about grabbing those games. That was absolutely the time before they started jumping up in price. Before the Xbox 360 games start jumping up in price as well. That's probably not supposed to look like that. But yeah, there's not a whole lot left on, like, that's stuck on original Xbox that's of any real interest to me. let's say, Tenchu Return from Darkness, but it's a port of Wrath of Heaven from PS2. Jet Set Radio Future, I think. Dino Crisis 3. Like I say, I'm not a Jet Set Radio fan anyway. Huh. I do really appreciate that Xbox One got that OG Xbox backwards compatibility in some degree. It's not as extensive as Xbox 360 is. Like, it doesn't cover as many original Xbox games as the 360 did. But the emulation quality is way higher. It's like, you play an original Xbox game on Xbox 360 and there's something wrong in any capacity with it. It's like, is this an issue with the game? Is it an issue with the disc? Or is it just the Xbox 360 emulation? I remember playing Star Wars Republic Commando on Xbox 360. And there was one sequence where the textures just stretched out way further than they should, and it had that standard texture stretch issue. There was a section, I remember, where one of the textures was just chrome for some reason, and it wasn't supposed to be. The emulation was super weird, and not great on that. But the fact that it was there at all was absolutely great. If only I had some kind of weapon that would be really good for unlocking stuff. If I slip, I'm gonna just starts running along the wall. I don't know what's going on, but there we go. Super awkward again. Super awkward to actually get to it. As well. Yeah, let me carry over those bonuses because that resist poison has been so worthless. Look at that. Look at how much better that is now. Beautiful. That's what I should be doing. looking at the bonuses and carrying those over. A shame I thought of this so late. How are you getting down? That didn't look feasible at all. It'll be worth pulling some of my stuff out of storage and taking the stats off the bonus stats. Might also be worth resetting the emulator when we hit the next save point. Free fall and hope the mitochondria has mercy on us. What about you, Ninja? Are there any original Xbox games you're interested in? Yeah, like I say with the Saturn though, like I went through like a list of over 100 games. I think I went through like every game that was released outside Japan for the Saturn, and I came up with like maybe 30 games I was interested in. And that was like taking into account games that would probably be garbage. That I was like, this looks like it could be interesting to see. Well, like, if you're into 2D fighting games, like especially 2D Capcom fighting games, Saturn had like the best home console versions of several of those. You want to play X-Men vs Street Fighter? It's best on the Saturn. Unfortunately for the Saturn, I don't want to play X-Men vs Street Fighter. I got the Saturn emulator, and I think I've got it working now. And it's like, cool, what am I going to play on it? The Saturn version of Symphony of the Night. Kind of it. The Saturn port of Resident Evil is somewhat interesting to me. But, like, actual Saturn exclusive stuff? Burning Rangers, maybe? Panzer Dragoons Vi and Panzer Dragoon Saga. Maybe. No, not really Knights. No. And Knights isn't exclusive to Saturn. I've got Knights on PS3, Xbox 360, and PC. I've never really enjoyed it. Not super knowledgeable about a lot of Xbox releases. Well, there's your homework, Ninja. Need you to go out and buy an Xbox. Go out and buy an original Xbox. And tell me what you want to play on it. Why? Oh, because I'm trying to use the D-pad. The Saturn version of Tomb Raider, I feel, is less interesting than like the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night or the Saturn version of Resident Evil, because those versions have extra stuff, extra Saturn exclusive stuff. The Saturn version of Tomb Raider came first, which is kind of interesting, but it has no extra content. It's just a worse looking version of the original Tomb Raider. A worse looking version of the original Tomb Raider with a weird controller. Shining Force 3, which got only a third of the game released in the West. Oh yeah, I grabbed Shining Force 3. They fan-translated the other two scenarios, so you can play all of Shining Force 3 now. So that's cool. And like, yeah, I grabbed that. Get home in like 20. Alright. Die Hard Arcade, actually. Die Hard Arcade, Dynamite Decker in Japan. I'd said before, like, Dynamite Cop on Dreamcast is really good. That's Dynamite Decker 2. Die Hard Arcade is Dynamite Decker 1. Like, it's a really cool 3D beat-em-up. A lot of fun. It's a real shame that never got ported to anything else. But, what else is there? A couple of minor curiosities, like Clockwork Knight, Bug. If Princess Crown got an English fan translation, I'd be interested in that. That's a Vanillaware game before Vanillaware was a thing. Like, it's done by a lot of the team that went on to become Vanillaware. And it's very Vanillaware. It looks really nice. In fact, let me take a look at like what I actually grabbed for Saturn. It's not much. A Star, which No, I don't think a style has a PlayStation version. Enemy Zero, actually. Enemy Zero is a game that I'm really interested in. That's exclusive to the Saturn. Guardian Heroes, Legend of Oasis, which is the sequel to Beyond Oasis on Mega Drive. I have Princess Crown, of course I do. Silhouette Mirage, that got a PlayStation release, but it's better on Dreamcast. And I did pick up some of the Marvel Capcom fighting games, X-Men Children of the Atom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes. But yeah, it's not much. Bug 2, Burning Rangers, Clockwork Knight 2, Die Hard Arcade, Enemy Zero, Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster, which is a game I have no real information on. It has FMV cutscenes starring Tim Curry. I expect it's probably based on what little I've seen of it, a Myst style game, which I do not enjoy at all. But it has Tim Curry. Guardian Heroes, Legend of Oasis, Link will Live a Story, Magical Knight Rayearth, Marvel Superheroes, Mega Man 8. Mega Man 8 Saturn version actually is superior to the PlayStation version. So if I'm going to go through Mega Man, I wouldn't mind doing the Saturn version of that. Super disappointing that the Legacy Collection didn't include the Saturn version of 8. Nights into Dreams, Panzer Dragoon, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Princess Crown, Resident Evil, Shining Force Scenarios 1, 2, and 3, Shining the Holy Ark, Shining Wisdom, Silhouette Mirage, Sonic Jam, Sonic Art, X-Men Children of the Atom. And like that's it. I went through the entire Western release library, and those were the only things I was like, yeah, I might be interested in. There'd probably be more if I understood Japanese. Because the Japanese library for the Saturn was way bigger. Is it this button? Wait a minute. Eve, and she took off her clothes, which is really uncomfortable. The 4th floor. Yeah, but we knew she was going to try and get pregnant. Time to show this woman why I'm pro-choice. Oh boy. Oh, is this going to be a T-Rex fight? Is this what the slime was heading to the museum for? So that's how she controls inanimate objects. What? Well, it's a good thing I saw this coming and requisitioned this police rocket launcher. Buffy would have brought a rocket launcher. Absolutely, it's like, cool, I don't care what kind of nonsense powers you've imbued that T-Rex with. That slime is very clearly stretched thin to cover the T-Rex and make it move. A single rocket from an RPG would probably just spread those bones all over the place. Okay, so the T-Rex is on the ground floor, Eve is on the 4th floor. Police rocket launcher. I'm gonna have to add that because I'll forget it later. The police is a very important part of that quote, I feel. Requisition this police rocket launcher. The idea of the police having a rocket launcher is just the absurdity that I think ties the joke together. I say that, but I was talking before about, like, the police grenade launcher, and they absolutely have, like, police grenade launchers. Oh, it's good, Ben. I appreciate you grabbing quotes. You do a good job with the quotes, I always appreciate it, thank you. This is where we play the ending of Batman Forever. Where I'm holding you at gunpoint and it's like, thank you, Bane, you've always been a good friend. And I flip the coin. Oh yeah, I wanted to reset the emulator, didn't I? Because I think it's fucking up because of the disk change. God knows when the next save point will be. Remember the days of unskippable FMVs? No, it's still glitching. Nope, we cannot keep the T-Rex. It belongs in a museum. Oh, that's not a glitch, it's the elevator. The elevator buttons. But it's made of pizza sauce. That's exactly why you can't keep it. Can't be trusted with the pizza sauce. Bitch. Taking the junk with me. Eve, are you in here? No. Right, this is the 3rd floor. Eve, let me know what you want to call your child so I can engrave it on its tombstone. I'm rolling in ammo now. Like, this is so much better. Look at that. I have almost 300 ammo. Such a stupid term. Ammo. Like, how many bullets do you have? I have 300 ammo. The baby. We're not adding that Metroid Other M clip. The baby. Cool, how many grenade rounds do you have? I have 278 ammo. Okay, but how many grenade rounds? I have 278 ammo. I've not been paying attention to my health. I was getting too comfortable. Bug thing. So I'm thinking now about like how I really want to play Dino Crisis 2. But I need to do Dino Crisis 1 before we do Dino Crisis 2. And I'm on record as not really liking Dino Crisis 1. I respect it. I just think it's not great. And I'm there thinking, like, chances are I'm going to go through it and I'm either going to be completely validated in my dislike of it, or I'm going to love it. There'll be no middle ground. There won't be any kind of like, yeah, it's alright. It was more alright than I expected. This is the door I'm after, isn't it? It's gonna be slimed up until I kill the T-Rex. I can feel it. I can feel it in my RPG senses. My bones. My RPG bones. Alright, Hello, Daniel. There's a monster T-Rex. Did you send backup? The puzzles, the way the key system works. It's really cool that it's fully 3D. But because of that, you can absolutely feel when there's going to be like no enemies. Because the room has too many complicated 3D objects to accommodate that and enemies. Which kind of diminishes the horror. I do feel like of all the PS1 Capcom properties that probably need a remake, Dino Crisis would benefit from it the most. I think Dino Crisis would have benefited from a remake more than RE2 or 3 would have. I wish Capcom would remake something other than Resident Evil. And it's crazy that we're at that point. Like, it's been like 5 years since RE2 Mate came out. I remember how much we were all clamoring for that. And within 5 years, it's like, I'm so tired of these Resident Evil remakes. Because it's 3 remakes in 4 years. And the fact that they're all Resident Evil as well. And it's like, cool, I get you want to remake your old, like some of your old properties, because it's design-wise so much easier than making a new game. I absolutely understand, and the brand recognition is there and such. Can we put that effort into one of the other series? Yeah, I have Remember Me on PS. What, do I have that on PS? I have it on PS3. Do I have it on Xbox? I forget if it's backwards compatible. If it's backwards compatible on Xbox, I have it. But I definitely have it on PC as well. It was an interesting concept. At this point, I do not want a Devil May Cry 1 remake. Largely for the same reasons I didn't want... Oh, God. Largely for the same reasons I didn't want an RE4 remake. I don't think they can do that better. And they'll change what worked in there. Like, they'll change the stuff that I like about Devil May Cry 1. Because it doesn't fit in with what the series is now. And, like, RE4 Make was good, yes, but all of my fears were validated. Because they did change RE4 Make. Like, they changed RE4 Make to fit in more with what the series is now. And they did remove all the stuff that I loved about RE4. On the backlog. A game might be of interest to you, Bane, to check out, adding to the backlog maybe. Binary Domain. That's... like, you want to talk about, like, 7 out of 10s that are interested, absolutely worth checking out. Binary Domain. Like, the concept that game opens up with is so cool. You've probably seen at least a screenshot of the opening cinematic from that game. Look into it. It's one of those games that's absolutely going to go, like, dirt cheap at the minute. It's of interest. Who developed Binary Domain? I forget. Not the developer. Who published it? I forget who the publisher was. Binary Domain. Was it Capcom? It may have been Capcom. Check the store page. That'll be the easiest way to find out. Sega. Sega were the publishers. But yeah, it's one of those games with an absolutely fascinating concept that doesn't quite stick the landing, but it'll stick with you after you've played it. And again, like, that opening is just so good. But yeah, Capcom remakes, like... I don't know, like, Dino Crisis is probably the only thing I can think of in Capcom's library that I'm like, they should remake this. Because everything else I can think of is just like, just make this available on modern platforms. It's like stuff like, oh, Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe does not need a remake. Beautiful Joe needs a remaster. A HD remaster on modern platforms. Onimusha 2 and 3. all of that stuff is just like absolutely. They need to be available on modern platforms rather than being remade. Now let's get him. It's gonna be cunt. I can feel it. Dr. Hans cunt. Ada, how the fuck did you get in here? Yes, T. Okay, I get that it's probably supposed to be stuttering. It's supposed to be they're there. But that's a weird way to write that. No, you keep your arms up. Yeah, did you get Daniel at all? Part of the way. Where is he? I'm half expecting to press the button to continue this conversation, and Daniel just gets slammed into the window by the T-Rex tail at the hospital. Did he bring the police rocket launcher like I asked? There haven't been any combustions recently because we evacuated the city. There's been less people to combust. Is this another charm? It has an attack of 1. Artificial sperm. I was in, you're learning information that we already knew, and yet you're still surprised. So, less artificial sperm, more genetically engineered sperm. At this point, my immediate response to him being here would be shoot him in the leg. Like, you'd be like, cool, we're not playing around anymore. In the leg. Talk. Why let him get so close? Yeah, I still have the form of a human being. You know what a human being can do? Pull this trigger, bang. Daniel should probably be the main character of this because Aya Brea is so dense. Thanks, I didn't see the scalpel. Why did you let him get close in the first place? You had him at gunpoint and you let him get close. It's not even about not shooting. You didn't demand him to stop moving. His name's Dulles. His name's Daniel Dulles. Again, like, this is all stuff we should have extrapolated from the information we already had. Cool, we should do something about this guy first. Seriously, should have just shot him. Okay, sort these out. What am I currently equipped with? It is this, right? Really should have just shot him. And it's dumb that we didn't. Alright. Man, Clem wasn't kidding. Day 5 is long. Let's do this. World of dinosaurs. If these shots could have, like, AoE effects, that'd be really nice. I'd like that. Jump back in range, genius. Free raise will probably be a good idea to start this next battle with. Right. Now I've got the clamp key just sitting in my inventory, taking up space, even though I've already used it. Where the fuck is this dinosaur? It's the hazard. How you doing, Clem? As long as you tried and everybody had fun. What the fuck is this dinosaur? Is it behind these doors? World of dinosaurs? Is it up the stairs? I thought it'd be on the ground floor. That's the exit that led to the ladder, though. I'm looking in the wrong place, aren't I? Okay, we haven't been here. If I end up anywhere near the entrance again, I'm just going to leave. And then, like, come back. I'm going to leave and go to the police station and just dump stuff. I'm wearing the armor with more pockets. It really is. Oh, the clamp key is used on more than one thing. But, like, RPGs with limited inventories are just a bad idea to begin with. Like I said previously, it's why I didn't finish... Ultimately, the main reason why I didn't finish Super Mario RPG. Get out of here with your nonsense. Yeah, a big part of that, as far as Super Mario RPG goes, is because you never increase your inventory size. And so in an effort to, like, have inventory space in Super Mario RPG, I ended up throwing away all of the items that restored flower points, because I wasn't using the attacks that took flower points anyway. So I didn't need them. And then I got to Bowser's Castle for the second time, and all of a sudden there are enemies that can only be dealt with the special attacks that cost flower points. And I ran out of flower points. And I was like, cool, the last checkpoint was like 30 minutes, the last save point was like 30 minutes ago. I'm not doing this again. And I just quit. And I never played Super Mario RPG again. I didn't need them. That was the point. And so all of a sudden the game's going to turn around and say, oh no, you do need them now. It's like, cool, so the game's been too easy, so you're going to change up the mechanics of it. And it's the exact problem I end up having with Ultimisia's Castle and FF8. It's like, cool, you know the game's too easy right here, so you're gonna just change the mechanics to try and add some sense of difficulty. And that's not okay. Super Mario RPG is one of those games that's just on the list of stuff to do eventually. We can't find the T-Rex, Ninja. Was that a chest in the bottom right there? I don't know what room it's in, and the game will not give me a map. Like, this game with its absolutely ridiculous environment design, and it's like, no, you don't need a map, it's fine. And I think it's worth noting, like, just how good I am at maintaining my spatial awareness in games like this, that this game is completely fucking me up on it. Like, there's something wrong with this. I cannot figure out where I am in relation to areas that I've been to previously, and I'm usually really good about that. Well, we went round in one big circle. That's a security room over there. Considering you're going to end up doing the reload after every battle anyway, the game really should have just had a manual reload button. It's really stupid that it doesn't. Oh, more ammo. Thank you. Yeah, I got a lot of shit I need to throw away. Probably enough of it. I don't need both of these handguns. At the point now where I'm like, I probably don't even need this club. But I'll keep the club just in case. Thank you. You can't store the club just in case. With my knife. With my knife, ninja. My police issue knife. Let's head up to the 3rd floor. I think I've been here. It is a good thing we reset the emulator, because that fire effect that it's spitting out isn't glitching anymore. That's a positive. Was it? I thought it was an issue caused by the emulator because of the changing discs. Because the emulator was not happy about changing discs and said like twice that the disc I was changing to was the wrong disc. And it wasn't. Yes, that costs a lot, understandably. Probably isn't going to be worth it until later, unless I get a heal 4. Right. Man, there's a game I recommend. Dusk. What a game. Okay, I've been here. Boom. Paranoid mecha. I'm not paranoid, you're paranoid. Alright, so I think if I go down... I feel like Clem already said it's my idea. That's a 3D object. Oh no, my surprise! This is my surprise face. Buckle this. I can't tell how much that did. Ah, you fucking dick. Medicine for. This game could really do with some kind of combat role. Small Triceratops. We are the Justice. Justice flows through my hands and this gun I brought. Okay. There we go, we took off its armor. I should totally be allowed to interrupt enemy attacks with my shots. You know what was a good game? Time Splitters Future Perfect. Everybody's all like Time Splitters 2, and like, yeah, Time Splitters 2. But Time Splitters Future Perfect had a really good campaign. Time Splitters 2's campaign was fun enough, but there was no real story to it. Yeah. Liberate. Liberates mitochondrial control. Oh, I don't know what that means. The cool thing about Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters 3, though, is that they're both co-op. Maybe I will, Clem. Maybe I will. Maybe you should try Time Splitters 2. Fuck. They could have presented that so much better, because that was hard to follow. My body feels like it's gonna burn up, but first I need to check these chests. Alright, let's go fight the poop slime. How did you get up there? Da 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 da. Welcome to America. Well, that's gonna replace energy shot for sure. Ninja, I have no way of knowing what the killing blow will be. And it's like the recovery time on that is so short as well, like that's crazy. It is a trash game, Ninja. I've been saying this all along. Why I keep saying, like, play Time Splitters 2. Fucking bullshit. It's absolutely not a lie. You should play Time Splitters 2. Auto life. If auto life is a status that can wear off, I will be honestly like just fucking done with this. Don't you fart energy beams at me? Is it just me or is my Parasite energy not recovering? Well, that makes auto life like so much less useful. You're extinct. Thank you, Clem. What's the trick? That was a great line, thank you. Hey, T-Rex. Hey, T-Rex. It looks like Jurassic's mine. Unless with your Parasite energy starts and kickstart the regen again. Wow, that's dumb. I'm gonna let this finish, like, counting down on its own. I want to see how long this is going to take to just leave on its own. Only noted in the official strategy guide. And it's probably not something that was intended or told to. No, you see, on the top, Ninja, is our total experience points we've gained through the entire game. On the bottom is the number of experience points we need to get to the next level. Neither of those numbers is how many experience points we got from the fight. Which is dumb. I think the Jurassic's mine was a good line, but it might need some explanation. You see, Jurassic was a period of time in which the dinosaurs reigned. I don't think necessarily when the T-Rex was around, but the point stands. And it sounds like your ass is. Your ass is mine, Jurassic's mine. It was a pun. Called him a bitch and called it a day. We're trying to evolve behind just calling bosses bitch, Ninja. If I press this button now and it says level up, I want you to realise just how bad that is. So we pressed that button, and if we hadn't pressed that button, it would have gone through at least like 24,000 more points. Where's the exit? Those are separate doors? Does it even make sense with this next room? Okay, it kind of does. Fuck, I hate this place. The fact that I could have gone through there and not found the T-Rex anyway is even worse. It's like, oh yeah, the T-Rex has just been roaming around and you had to enter a random room to do the boss fight. It's like, what? Who was the game designer on this? And where do I have to go to slap them? Why is this still here? It should have dissolved when I killed the T-Rex, shouldn't it? Now I don't know where to go. She said Eve was on the 4th floor. And that's the only room on the 4th floor. My assumption was that that slime would disappear when we killed the T-Rex. And it hasn't. I don't know where the Triceratops room was. Somewhere on the 3rd floor. See, the thing with that is I wasn't trying to explore there, I was trying to find a way to the T-Rex. It's like, I'm at the point now where I don't want to explore this place. I want to find and kill Eve and her child. I feel like this wouldn't be so bad. Like the general exploration wouldn't be so bad if I had moved any faster than this. Like she moves so slowly. And it's like, okay, so we're going with a similar kind of combat system to what Chrono Trigger had in terms of how random encounters work. Of setting counters in set specific points in the areas. Like, okay, cool. Chrono Trigger characters move way faster. Zip through that environment. How many T-Rexes does this place have? I feel like this game probably could have fit on one disc if they didn't have so many nothing FMVs in it. It's a good thing discs were generally just such a cheap storage medium, even at the time. Like, can you imagine having to pay extra for a game to cover the costs of disc manufacturing? It used to happen in like the cartridge days. If a cartridge had to have like a higher memory capacity because the game was bigger, or if it needed a special chip to go inside it, which ended up costing more, the cost would then go on to you, the consumer. And like, it's really nice that discs were so cheap that wasn't really something they'd do. Who's pointing guns in here? Also, what was that? Enter 2 commands. Might be useful later. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought you could just walk inside there. But the environment navigation in this game is, like, not right. It's all slimy. This game really needs to be clear about, like, what pathway leading off the screen is and isn't an exit. At what point are we going to stop running up, pointing our gun at her and just saying Eve, and just start opening fire? Cool, let me put her to sleep. Bang. You haven't given birth yet. Still time for an abortion. God, there's more slime. You know the thing about that slime though, Eve? It's outside. We're in here. Bang. You actually gonna open fire at any point? No? Cool. Should've brought Daniel with me. He'd have actually done something. The gun is just a prop at this point. She keeps not doing anything. If that was everybody from Central Park, then what was the slime that covered the T-Rex? To be fair to RE5, they fire their guns. It's just that their guns are useless in cutscenes. It's like in RE4, mate, where it was like, you get to the point where you're about to have the Salazar fight, and you're just so tired of listening to him at that point. And it's like, fuck's sake, Leon, just shoot him, and then Leon shoots him. And it's like, go back to like the archive and look at just how happy I was when Leon just shot Salazar. And it's like, yeah, it didn't work, but at least he did it. If Aya had opened fire at any point during that sequence, I'd be less irritated about this whole thing. Like, if you open fire and it doesn't work, fair enough. If you stand there and do nothing, you're at fault. Yeah, because Leon not opening fire was one of the biggest issues I had with OGRE4, like, all the time. And it's like the one time Leon decides to do something in OGRE4, what does he do? He throws his knife for some reason. No. If the game was a little more in depth about the connection between Aya and Eve, maybe a sense of like true connection more than just Aya has mitochondrial powers too and is immune to what Eve's doing. Like, sure, maybe at that point. But right now, Aya's supposed to be in her right mind, and there's the thing of like, cool. She's going to give birth to a monster that is going to try and destroy the human race. She's already killed at least several hundred people. She's a monster that needs to be put down. Tell me to play game. End this stream right here and I'll play Ace Combat 3 instead. Oh, medication. Cool. What was she on? Was it immunosuppressants? There you go, yeah. Because of the organ transplant. Didn't we know this? Didn't we know she had an organ transplanted from Maya? Or did we just assume that based on her and Maya being in the same place? Like, both being in the hospital at the same time? Your opinions are rooted in thought and knowledge. That doesn't sound like you. What kind of transplant? Seems she got a butt transplant. Seems she got one of your sister's butt cheeks. Yeah, I've been able to extrapolate based on the information we've been given. But it's like, cool. A monster has the organ of my sister. Alright, fine, cool. Doesn't make her any less of a monster that I need to put down for the sake of the human race. Them isn't logical. Maya's kidney was transplanted into young Eve. Could you transplant an adult organ into a child, though? Like, I feel like children organ transplants are way less common because you need to have children organs ready. Like, just spare children organs. They screamed that the kidney was hot, but they still put it inside a child. It's like, cool, if the kidney's hot to the touch, maybe it's not viable for a transplant. And that should be your immediate thought. Ah, man. Just because it was sitting in the cafeteria for an hour. Daniel, please look at the road. Daniel. Yeah, they're all evacuated, but you still have to watch the road. I can't believe this ship has just been sat there doing nothing for like an entire day. The Navy? I didn't realise that much of the city was on fire. The game doesn't really do a good job of giving you a sense of what's going on in like the wider Manhattan area. It's like seeing stuff like towers on fire in the background is kind of surprising. And maybe it's because it's a PS1 game and it's difficult to really establish that. But given that the screen that we choose to go, like choose what area to go to, is a model of the city, you think it'd be represented on that at least. Interesting that the shield around it doesn't destroy whatever's attacking it, it deflects it. That helicopter exploded before the beam hit. Hello. You can't just call them Spaceballs, Clint. You gotta call them by the name. Asshole. Major asshole. Better not put heroin in danger here. Like, I feel like she's probably in less danger right now than she was where you were when they found you. I'm asking you to get in the chopper and start shooting the creature. The chopper's been set to auto, cool, so it can take off, fly to its destination, and presumably hover in place on its own, and we just press the button to send a nuke. Putting ourselves presumably in range of the attacks that destroyed the rest of the helicopters, because those other helicopters didn't ignite. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to just launch a longer range missile? Like, surely you've got something on this aircraft carrier that has the range to go from the Manhattan River to somewhere in Manhattan. Why? Why does it have to be fired from close range? Really, what gave it away? Was it the lack of skin? Was it the fact that it's not a person? Well, fucking Christ, if you give me another good luck charm, I'm going to punch you. It feels like this game had a fairly reasonably paced build-up, but then once we finished the museum, all of a sudden it feels like we've jumped like 40 pages in the script in the space of 2 minutes. Can you imagine helicopters flying this fast across Manhattan? if they were able to get that close anyway, and came here specifically with the intent to die, so that we'd get a shot, why didn't they just fire the nuke? Like, the others were definitely close enough to have fired that. Oh hey, it's Ghostbusters too. We did it. We threw enough men at the monster until its kill counter reached its maximum. And they shut down. It's not over yet, Williams. You know what, Clem? I'm gonna say that's stupid hair. Yeah. Will you save your progress? Are you sure? It's like, yeah, I'm not watching all those cutscenes again. See, in real life, Clem would absolutely be Clam. That's how it'll go. It was a lot of time, and none of them are skippable. Alright, Eve. I let my hair down for this. Eve, it smells like sweat and sex here. Really disturbing. Yeah, we've been calling Clamp Dr. Cunt this entire time. He'll evolve to get rid of you with this gun. You just look over and see Eve's face and you're just like, it's beautiful. Because you're defending Eve, you monster. Yeah, Clint, you can't look at Ashley Wright and say he has stupid hair when Eve looks like this. Yeah, set of hairy arms. Like, look at that. That's hair that becomes arms. Never said it wasn't stupid. Didn't you, though? It's like, cool, what are you gonna do now, Eve? I'm gonna turn my arms into wings and my hair into arms. Okay. She's stalling until she gives birth. Quick, shoot her in the stomach. Way funnier than it should be. That is this stream in a nutshell. Funnier than it should be. The mitochondria will become human beings and rule the earth. What? Ah, you bitch. Guess what? Recovery. Oh god, she's got guns in her wings. Okay, so there's 3 pieces of her. Not my body. Might have needed more of the healing items I left at the police station. Do it again. There's a specific Pokemon this looks a lot like, and I can't remember which one it is. It's one of the 3. It's one of the trio from Gen 3. Like one of the legendary trio from Gen 3. that are in the lakes. Because Gen 3 had like 2 trios. It had Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. But then it also had like the Magic Trio that could do shit like grant wishes. Yeah, those ones. It looks like a specific one of them. One of them has the specific, like, yellow... Yeah, those 3. One of them has the specific yellow, on the top. I could really do with my energy recovering faster than this. Hyper Revive, if necessary, it'll be used. I don't want to use that full recover yet. There it is. Regen that energy faster. Yeah, bitch. And Aya just stands there, completely frozen. Doesn't even raise the gun as she flies up. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see Siren in this playthrough. Behold, Dino Break. Oh, fucking... I'm gonna punch her as well. So hot you'll burn up if you go near her. She's gonna do everything she can to make sure I can't use Liberate again, isn't she? like a bitch. Oh, great. Didn't hit me. You should not be allowed to do that during my attack. Why? Is there a reason Parasite Energy is so inconsistent with its regen rate? Because it's really irritating. Look, if you could die, I'd appreciate it. Stop doing that. Poison is one of the most bullshit status effects I've ever seen in this game. Yeah, cool. I had the armor with the resistance. You know what it did? It didn't stop poison. I got poisoned more often than I didn't. It was fucking worthless. And it pissed me off. That's why I didn't carry over the poison resistance, because it wasn't doing a goddamn thing. I got that armor on, I was all like, great, poison resistance. Oh, it's fine. I love spending every turn curing poison. No, it's really clear from very early on I did not have that fight. When she's doing shit like casting poison on me with every hit, and I can barely work up the energy to heal, let alone do any, like, spend any time attacking. It was never going to go my way. I'd use haste more if it lasted for longer than 5 seconds. There's also the thing of, like, they throw you straight into this right after the museum. So you have to know to leave the museum and go back to the police station and get anything you might need. Now we've got that save point there as well, so it's like, cool, either I beat this with what I've got, or we quit the entire game, because I'm not restarting it. Haste really shouldn't run out so quickly. Like, it really shouldn't. Cool, the head's the only part left. Great if that parasite energy could regenerate a bit quicker. Like, seriously, why isn't it? Also, a transformation that seems like it'd be really important to the storyline happens between screen transitions. Cool, thanks for interrupting my attack with an unblockable attack. Love it. It's beautiful. And haste is gone. Right. We've got 2 revives. I have this full recover. Not using any parasite energy. Just die. Thanks for the GGs, guys. A6. Cool, I'd like to go into my storage. I feel like doors should be easier to open than that. Ugh. There's gotta be some sort of purpose to Maida's gun. Alright. Take the key. Alright, fuck off, Wayne. How many bullets can my grenade launcher hold now? 14. Alright. My grenade launcher, Little Suze. Cool. Yes. Well, then you're useless to me. Not Christmas anymore, Daniel. New Year. Well, that's concerning. Oh god, it's protagonist Messiah. No, all you can do for now is run. I've got my gun. Time to finish this. You ready, Clem? The end. Plus I'm fucking done. Come and get a hug from your aunt. The fact that the music's so subdued is concerning. It was bullshit. I think it's getting faster. Round 1. Round 2. At least 2 pieces then. Right. Oh. Ooh, miss me, bitch. Seriously? It took that long to actually shoot. The damn thing killed you. The actual getting to attack the enemy in this is awful. And between the two of them, they'll just stun lock you until you're dead. Grenade launcher. Part of it's absolutely the way they're attacking together, though. Cool. Let's smash them. Jeez, those really are testicles, aren't they? Like, it's not even a joke. Those are balls. Alright. That's bullshit. That's a burn through all my medicine. So what's the point of engraving your name on a particular piece of weapon and armor? Is that a New Game Plus thing? Cool, Parasite energy is barely regenerating. And it's doing attacks like this. Cool, will Parasite energy regenerate faster now? Now that I've got no choice but to use it to heal? Fuck off. With your bullshit AoEs that can't be dodged. Die. Go through all this unskippable nonsense again into the 3-phase boss fight. We really take for granted being able to skip shit like this. What I really need is to, like, get an absurd range on something. Yeah, the beauty of the weapon system isn't explained to you very well, so I only figured it out on day 5. Like, if I'd known the value of just taking over the stat boosts earlier, like, I would have a weapon that is just completely busted. Instead, I was carrying over the special effects. It turns out were worthless. And this whole thing of the parasite energy sometimes taking way longer to regenerate, with no actual explanation, is really irritating. Like, if they said a thing of like, oh, you've overused it, or you've drained too much, or it regenerates slower from a full drain, fine, fair enough, but there's no explanation. I appreciate that this attack hits regardless of range. Like, that's nice. But it sure is the ultimate attack But I've played games before where the ultimate attacks will not do that. Nothing better in a video game than taking the time to prepare your ultimate attack and then having it miss. I don't know how I'm supposed to avoid this attack. And the damage it does can be such bullshit. Just hope you're close enough to be able to get onto him. Alright. A quick haste if you're able to act at the right time. But like that, I wasn't able to do an attack there at that time. Come on. Regenerate for me. Come on. Cool, and the Parasite energy is just completely stalled. And it's not worth doing any other kind of attack or any other kind of healing than medicine, because Liberate does so much more damage than anything you could possibly do. Wish my attacks could interrupt his. Guess that's why he's the ultimate being. That shouldn't have worked. Fucking kidding me. I don't think it's Irish, Clem. Throwing a save state down there, I'm not fucking around with this again. Especially knowing what comes next. There's a 4th phase. Cool, I've done the hardest part, but I also have no more healing items. I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy Parasite Eve 2 a lot more than this. Why is there an invisible wall there? Jackpot. Ten past 2 in the morning, I'm not doing this again. So I'm save stating after every phase at this point. You need to shoot. Liberate is worthless at that point. Again, cool. Great if the game would have bothered to convey that in any way. That's a penis. It's a good thing that him bursting into flames didn't cause those bullets to misfire. You just die. Getting Alexia Ashford flashbacks now. Oh, even read. Fuck. Yeah, it's about to be. Honestly, fuck this game. It's like, oh cool, you can't save during this sequence because the boss will kill you. Like, cool, so if you go down the wrong pathway, which the game has set up for you to do, you have to restart all of this. Cool, thanks. Into the bin, Parasite Eve. Into the bin, Parasite Eve. Cool, let's put it down for this and all the other bullshit that it does then. So I choose to go right, I'm dead. Cool, then I have to do that 4-phase boss fight again. I try to save during this sequence after that 4-phase boss fight, I'm dead, I have to do that 4-phase boss fight again. Cool, it's getting to the point of knowing this part, and I won't let Sonic 2 off for this, for less nonsense than this. Sonic 2 says you've got to defeat the final 2 bosses with no rings. I say that's bullshit. Why should I give this any leniency? You don't do this thing that the game's not told you to do, you're dead. Do the 4-phase boss fight again. The environment. Yeah, it's not shit once you've gone through it enough times to know exactly how to not die. Like, you need to re-examine a bunch of this and realise how awful all of this idea is. Cool, the screen didn't fade out fast enough. Do the 4-phase boss fight again. The game stopped me moving. And the screen started to fade out. It didn't fade out quick enough. Game over, do the 4-phase boss fight again. The fact that the entire finale relies around you navigating the environment exactly right when the environmental navigation has been one of the worst parts of this game is such a bad idea. If this game wasn't developed and published by Squaresoft, it would have zero legacy. Like, for every good thing it does, there are just so many bad design choices here. I get that you really love it, Clem, and that it's got an important place for you. But this is absolutely overrated. Of course, you loved this game for the longest time, not knowing it had been done by Square. But if it hadn't been done by Square, a lot of people wouldn't look back on this the same way they do. A lot of people would probably have never discovered this game. It is exactly the kind of experimentation that I love the PlayStation for. But like this has some really bad design choices in a lot of places. And that entire final day is awful. And the 5th day is mostly awful. Then let's be fair, we're at the point now where a lot of games are remembered because somebody might have played it. Or because people have looked back on these things and found them. If this game hadn't been done by Square, I probably would never have heard of it. Partly because it wasn't released in this country. Like, you bring that up, Ninja, like, learn to play a JRPG, and it's like, learn to navigate these systems that they never properly explain to you. Okay. The fact that this is considered one of the must-play classics of the PlayStation is overrated to me. Having played it now, all the way through, like, nah. This wouldn't crack my top 50 on PlayStation. Not at all. This is all nonsense. It's good to know that Metal Gear Solid doesn't have the worst understanding of genetics on PlayStation 1. When's Parasite 2? Not anytime soon. No, I said a little before you came in, chances are I'll end up enjoying Parasite Eve 2 more than this. More brain dead than that. Ninja's calling me an idiot. I'll enjoy Parasite Eve 2 because I'm too stupid to appreciate Parasite Eve 1. Ben, are you ever going to change your clothes? Oh, like father, like son, I guess. I could believe that Maida only packed that's like didn't pack any clothes and only came with the clothes on his back. It's so distracting that everybody else in the crowd is clearly a 2D sprite. Yeah, because everything on the scene would be in a painted background except for the animation cell. I can't believe they rebuilt the stage exactly as it was after it burnt down. You'd think they'd be hesitant to form the same opera again in the same opera house where Eve first appeared. Like, you think there'd be at least some kind of superstition about it. How many people showed up? Yeah, it's two things, isn't it? And then that ending's never followed up on or explained, is it? And then we come to Parasite Eve 2, and we just don't talk about it. How you doing, Flame? Not doing the Chrysler building. I'm gonna stand by my previous statement of Parasite Eve being like a 7 out of 10. Those awful late game design choices aside, it's like generally a 7 out of 10. Which is fine. A 7 out of 10 is a fine game. It's interesting, I'm glad I've played it. I probably would enjoy it more in a second playthrough now that I know how to play it. Which is partly a problem the game has to begin with, of not really telling you how to play it properly. It could absolutely be a case of, like Code Veronica, where the worst playthrough you'll ever have with it is the first one. I just mean, like, even with a fresh file. No, the first playthrough of Code Veronica is undeniably the worst playthrough you'll ever have of Code Veronica. A game is designed to push you into dead games. Yep, it's absolutely true, man. I'm glad I played this. For all the praise the soundtrack gets, it's strange how often the game has no music at all. Genuinely surprising how often the game just has no audio except the sound of your footsteps. It has genuinely poor dungeon design. Like, weak dungeon design. The fact that a common thing to hear is that somebody quit during Central Park, or for veterans of the game to tell you Central Park is generally a bad part of the game. It's like, yeah, Central Park isn't good, the museum was really bad, the sewers weren't good. Some really poor dungeon design, which you could fix all of that with a map. Like, if the game offered any kind of map, immediately fixed. the battle system, the way that the game will so often... No game should ever require you to purchase the strategy guide to enjoy it, Glenn. I think if a game is ever designed with that intention, that's points away from the game. Like, the way the battle system ends up happening, and so many enemies end up being so big, while the actual battle arenas are so small, and there's touch damage. So it's like, you can't move, you can't avoid the enemy attacks. And you're getting punished for simply being within the confines of the game. I don't like that. Aya moves so slowly as well. Like, just generally, in battle and out of battle. I mentioned this last session, Ninja agreed with it. Like, the areas feel huge, and a lot of it is because of how slowly Aya moves. The dungeons are generally designed. The game relies on you a lot on you using haste for battles. Cool. I didn't use haste a lot for battles because it lasts like 5 seconds. And so it became a thing of like, cool, I'm not wasting a turn to cast haste to get 1 turn use out of it. What would be the point? But like, even outside of battles, like, just moving through the maps is so slow. For no good reason. Like, it feels like Aya's moving her legs, but she's not going anywhere. And then you can see it again near the end. I appreciate you popping in, Clem. I'm glad you finally got to come in, and I'm glad you caught the ending. Sorry I didn't enjoy it as much as you were hoping. Like, you can see at the end when Daniel and Maida run towards Aya, and you see them from the side, and the legs are moving, but they're not moving along. Like, they're not moving fast enough for how fast their legs are moving, if you get what I mean. That's fine, I enjoyed Final Fantasy VI less the last time I played it. I feel like I'll enjoy 6 more when I play it again off stream. Pixel perfect precision to interact with stuff, yes, absolutely. No, I had to figure out that bonus points are used by the 100. Like, when I first tried using it, it wouldn't let me use them, and I had no idea why, and then later on I figured out they're used by the hundreds. Considering the game has a tutorial option on the menu, there's a frustrating amount of things that they do not tell you about it. Insert disc 1 for the menu. This is ridiculous. Like, does this mean that to start the game up... I'm using Swan Station. Honestly, the main reason I'm using Swan Station on RetroArch rather than Duck Station's standalone emulator is for the visibility of retro achievements. I can put the retro achievements in the bottom center, whereas Duck Station only gives you the option of bottom left. And a lot of that space is a lot of that left space is empty because PS1 games are 4x3. This swap is to get the intro. Yeah, 7 out of 10. And, like, people take that as a super negative thing. Like, a game getting a 7 means it's average. And the way I look at it is, like, so many games I've seen get, like, 6s and 7s from like, regular review sites and such on magazines end up being some of the most interesting experiences, even while the actual playing the game is raw. So many people, like, so many different places will review games with different score systems. Oh yeah, what does this get? This is a C. Cool, what does that actually mean? A 5 is average, yeah. Which is why I'd say this is a 7 or like a 6 or a 7. It's not awful. It's got some bad design decisions, but it is probably worth playing. It's an interesting experience that's rough. Genuinely rough. But that's what I would call a 6 or a 7. And like I say, 6s and 7s are some of the most interesting game experiences I think you can have. Generally, I've had the thought before of, like, if I did reviews, like, what would I do with them? Yeah, Daikatana would be a 6 or a 7. Probably a 6. It wouldn't be like a 4 or anything. Daikatana is rough, and there are some genuinely bad design decisions, but there is a lot of really interesting stuff there, and good stuff. It's 16 to 6. I haven't played it, but it looks like... I saw Clem play some of it, and it looks so generic. But this isn't the place for that kind of thing. You want to give your genuine opinions? We're here to listen to that kind of thing, man. You don't like a game that's generally beloved? Cool. Tell us why. Genuinely curious. You like a game that's generally hated? Cool, tell us why. Genuinely curious. That's the kind of place this is supposed to be. A lot of it is a nothing burger. I have it. I don't know when I'm going to play it. I bought it when I got the PS5 because it was like a PS5 exclusive. I was like, I'm buying the PS5, I should pick up some exclusives for it. Other than Spider-Man. No, I'm gonna shit on you if you like Dark Battle Arena to Shinden, as Teak has learned. Bosses can take a fucking hour. I don't mind a boss taking an hour. The problem is when every boss does it and the bosses aren't engaging or fun to fight. I hate boss fights that take ages to beat. Like bosses that take ages to beat, but are such boring fights because at no point are you ever really in danger of losing. And the best example of that I can think of that I played in recent memory is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. The Medusa fight took me 15 minutes. And like, in that kind of game, the boss fight taking 15 minutes and at no point was I ever in danger of dying. Story that peaks early is played by increasing amounts of side quests. I am so tired of games that need to be like 100+ hours long. There are exceptions. Like there are exceptions to games that end up being that big, but manage to stay engaging through most of it. Like I'll give props to Cyberpunk. I'm still playing it. I finished it and I'm still playing it. I have 82 hours in it in total. I'm still playing it. Chances are you wouldn't be able to say the same thing for Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, you gotta stop doing... Like, Inquisition, I had to stop doing side quests because they were so boring and repetitive and it was so samey. And the world is just so unengaging. And it's like, if I didn't stop doing side quests and just start doing the main story, I was not going to finish the game. I'd quit because I'd be bored. But yeah, Parasite Eve, like 6, 7 out of 10. Worth playing. Dragon Age 2, I don't think Dragon Age 2 gets boring. In Dragon Age 2, I enjoyed all the way through. It gets repetitive. Like, you can see that they only had 18 months to make that game. So, like, you'll see the constant reusing of, like, one warehouse, one cave system. Just over and over and over. Inquisition, like, the story of Inquisition's interesting enough and engaging enough. And if you stick to the main story, you probably will enjoy it. Start doing some side stuff, and some of the side stuff is interesting. But just be aware of the point, like, if you start feeling like it's losing you, stop doing the side stuff and focus on the main stuff. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, Mir does a series called Nostalgia Check, where the idea is that all like older games that you really enjoyed at the time, are they still good? Or were they only good because you have fond memories of them just because you played them at a formative time in your life? It's a good idea for a series, actually. I wish I'd thought of it. Then done nothing with it. I wouldn't have done anything with it. It's still that handheld heaven or hell idea I've had kicking around in my head for literally years at this point. Where it's like, yeah, play the handheld versions of well-known games. See how they are. Dark Corners of the Earth when it fucking works. You're doing a nostalgia check on... Is possible to do a nostalgia check on 14. Because that game has changed so much. Like, that's not the game it was 10 years ago. And I don't think you can even play the game that it was 10 years ago anymore. Didn't they change basically all of the base Realm Reborn content? Yeah, I'd love to do Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth. I absolutely would. It doesn't work. Like, the last I checked, I own it on PC, I absolutely own the PC version. No, not the original version, Ninja, or Realm Reborn 2.0. Yeah, I own it on PC. And the last I checked, there's a save glitching bug that is basically impossible to avoid, that they can't patch out. That fans haven't been able to patch out. Like, Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth, renowned for being a genuinely really good Cthulhu game, that has so many bugs that they are guaranteed to ruin the experience for you. Check against the story and the game mechanics. I don't know, I wouldn't be able to comment on that because I hit a point, like, during Realm Reborn, like, not even during Heaven's Word, like, during a Realm Reborn, where I just was not paying attention to the story anymore. Because I was playing that game with friends, and I was doing the stuff with friends. Like, if I wasn't playing with friends, I was doing stuff on my own, like story content or like my daily roulettes and such. I would be either listening to music or a podcast. It's how I did anything I wasn't doing. If I wasn't on voice chat on Skype at the time. Like, if I wasn't on voice chat with friends when playing 14, I was listening to music or a podcast. Now, TeamSpeak's too old for me. I didn't have a PC at that point, or a laptop. Hell, the only reason I played 14 was because it was on console. Genuinely great idea by Square to put Final Fantasy 14 on console because there was basically zero competition. Let's see. Yeah, going back to like the scoring system, my idea, if I ever did anything like review-wise as a real thing, like there'd be various scales of it, but like there'd be no numbers or anything. It'd be like, I had fun with this, I didn't have fun with this, I had a lot of fun with this, that kind of thing. I really enjoyed this. I had no fun with this, but it was engaging. That'd be for stuff like Season 1 of The Walking Dead. It was engaging, but I would not say it was fun. And then there was the handheld Heaven or Hell idea, where the idea was entirely that I was like, I'd be playing handheld versions of popular games But like, oh yeah, let's play the Game Boy Advance version of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. Or the Game Boy version of Batman, based on the 1989 movie. Or the DS version of Spider-Man: Shattered Dimensions. It's like, is it good? Is it bad? Let's find out, because some of those were genuinely really good. Spider-Man: Shattered Dimensions on DS is actually a really fun Metroidvania. DS Call of Duty was pretty good. Like, they were able to kind of adapt the systems to mouse and keyboard using the touchscreen and such. Like, they were pretty good. Thanks for popping in, mate. You take care of yourself. Can we get Mira a shout out, please? I assume, like, most of you follow Mira already. Good people. And it's good to see Mir streaming again. Thank you, Ninja. Yeah, the Persona 5 Royal playthrough with a modded female main character. Because Atlas are just too cowardly to give us another FemC. Literally the best, like literally one of the best things they did in Persona 3 Portable, and they will not do it again. Cowards. No. Innocent Sin's going to be after Revelations Persona. Besides, Ace Combat 3 is a good call. That's the point. Does Mir know we're doing Ace Combat 3? Yeah, Ace Combat 3 is a good call. I intend to do all the endings for that as well. That'll be fun. I haven't played the newer patch. I played the older patch. Patch it was around for a while. But the new patch apparently like translates like everything, including graphics and background and menus and such. So I'll have to grab that. But the old patch was entirely playable. But yeah, that's Parasite Eve done. That is game 7 of this year of PlayStation. The third game that we have completed. Coming up next will be another redemption Klim made for Luna Silver Star Story Complete. Look forward to that. We'll be playing that soon. And then following that, Flame redeemed Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere. Which, of course, we'll be doing the Western release of. Imagine if I just sat down with Ace Combat 3 and was like, oh yeah, let's just do the Western release. I'd do that if I was a full-time streamer I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's do the Western release of Ace Combat 3, specifically with the intention of blueballing Flame, and then coming back in like a year to do the Japanese version. But as it is, like, with how few games I managed to get through on stream anyway, like, I'm only going to do one version of Ace Combat 3, and it's going to be the Japanese version. Then after that, I don't know. I might turn off the redemptions for a little bit. Do some stuff I want to do. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Still a lot of stuff I want to get through this year. Valkyrie Profile, Crash 2, Persona 1 fully, and then do... I've said before, like, I've genuinely had the thought of, like, we'll do Revelations Persona, and then later we'll do ESP Persona for the Snow Queen quest. So we show off both versions and both stories. The issue with that is I don't generally enjoy playing Persona 1. You can work towards it, but a lot of the lines, they're not translated, so they're still in the original Japanese, but the characters don't exist in the fucking word. The Japanese characters don't exist in the text engine anymore, so they just give you gibberish. You can't actually get to the Snow Queen quest in Revelations. You can start finding your way towards it, but it's not there. Or, like, the specific thing to trigger it isn't there. But you can get close and you start coming across those garbled texts. But yeah. Parasite Eve. Most likely play that really don't want to. I don't know, like, everything I've been thinking of with this has been stuff that I want to do. Crash 2 and 3. Spyro 1, I didn't really want to because I feel like I'm just done with that game. But it's like, I hadn't streamed it, so it's like, do it, so you guys can all see Spyro 1, and then I've done it, and then we can move on to 2 and 3. Pretty much everything I can think of is stuff that I want to do. Anything that I don't want to do is probably going to be stuff that you guys redeem. That said, so far the stuff you guys have redeemed, I wanted to do Vagrant Story. I was very disappointed that it turned out to be not really enjoyable. I'd already considered Metal Gear Solid VR missions before Teak redeemed it. So I would have played that, but if Teak hadn't redeemed it, I would have quit it sooner. I played that for as long as I did because I wanted to give Teak his money worth. Or his points worth. Yeah, it's not your fault, Flame. We all expected it to be better. Let's move away from Square games for a while. Like, we're still in January and we've done 3 Squaresoft games. Let's move away from Square for a while. I don't remember who developed Luna. Working Designs published it, but I don't remember who developed it. Game art. Japanese developer, publisher of games, established in 85. Best known as producers of Luna and Grandia, as well as Gun Griffin. Let's see, stuff that I recognize: Sylphid, Alessia Dragoon, Luna, Sylphid, Luna, Game Gear Luna, Gun Griffin, Luna, Grandia, Gun Griffin, Luna, Grandia 2, Gun Griffin, Sylphid the Lost Planet. I haven't heard of that one specifically, actually. Luna Legend, which is a redo of the original Luna for some reason. Luna Dragon Song, oof. Widely regarded as one of the worst RPGs. Project Sylphid, which I actually have somewhere on shelves. They provided staff for Smash Brawl, Ragnarok Odyssey. The last thing they were involved in were the Grandia HD stuff. But looking at the time difference between like the last project and then these, I imagine they exist only as a name now. So yeah, game art. Luna, we'll be doing the unworking designs patch of that, which reverts it to the original Japanese difficulty. Because working designs increase the difficulty in the West of a lot of the games they published and localized, supposedly specifically to combat the rental market. But in the end, it just makes the games more frustrating to play. It's stuff like in Alundra, in the Japanese version, the regular slimes take 3 hits with the starting sword. In the Western version, they take 5. It's like 5 hits for your most basic enemy. It's not great. You know what I really miss from Hudson Soft is Mario Party. The Mario Party games have not been the same since Hudson was just completely absorbed by Konami. Well, I think that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. We might be back tomorrow, actually. I'm off all week, so we may just jump back in tomorrow, depending. With Luna Silver Star Story Complete, a game that we've been meaning to do for several years now. So look forward to that. It's supposed to be like one of the genuine great classics of JRPGs. So tune into that and see how it disappoints me. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I've played a couple of hours of it before, and it seemed genuinely enjoyable. I hope I do enjoy that. I hate not liking the games that I'm playing. I feel like it brings me down and it brings the stream down, and I hate that. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Bane, Teak. Not Teak. Teak hasn't been here today. Bane, Ninja, Clem, Lame, Mir, and I think that's it. I don't think anybody else was in here today. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. Everybody always really appreciate chat. Chat is the best part of the stream. It was good to have a new view and stuff. I try to be balanced in my criticism. Like, I get angry and irritated sometimes. Like, I definitely was. But I try to be balanced and fair in the criticism that I give these things. I feel like I don't do that as well as I used to. Like, you guys used to really appreciate that from me, and I feel like I don't do it as well as I used to. We'll just try to be better, don't we? But, yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. So there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And, yeah. We'll catch you next time, guys.